Sprints Day. How are you doing? What are you up to? What are you working on? Let me know. I'm starting a new vlog project today, which I'm going to keep the vlog project a secret, but you will get to know what book I'm reading for it. I'm reading Bookshops and Bone Dust, which means I am getting a little bit of a head start on my February TBR, but I was done my January TBR. So here it is. And truly, January has been 4,000 days long. So it's just right that I get a head start on February, it's just what is right with it. So I have not started Bookshops and Bone Dust yet. I'm going to start it on these sprints. And truly, I think I'll be able to get quite a ways because we're going to be here for 8 hours and this book is only 8 hours long at regular speed. So, can I even finish this today? It will depend on the sheer number of parental distractions I have, really. That will be the thing. I may have none. I may have a lot. You just never really know. So, yeah. My plan is to just sit here all day and read, though, truly. That is my plan. And, that's what we're going to do. I do need to have lunch at some point. But I had a late breakfast this morning. You know when you get up late, so then everything's just pushed back? That's where we're at right now. Okay, let's see what you all are up to. Who's here? Hello, it's Thursday. Flipping between books today where I can. Also, the baby needs to nap in the first sprint. Literally, Kendra, I love that the sprint always lines up with nap time. Got to 71% into Out on a Limb. I hope you are enjoying this. I am not disliking this book. I'm not. I'm actually liking the book. I think it came off in the Discord that I was disliking it, which is not the case. But I do feel like it's slightly mismarketed. But that happens. Hello, Judith. Hi, Kisa. How are you? Bree is here. About an hour left of Mockingjay, but also need to edit today. Nice. Mockingjay is a heavy read, so it might be good to break it up with some editing, to be honest, because Mockingjay. The whole series is a hard series, but Mockingjay really just puts you through it. Hi, Rainy. Hi, Tasha. How are you? Took a sick day to finish up Clue prep and get my life together. I feel this. I feel the need to get my life together always. I cannot imagine how much work you have to do going into Clue because Clue starts in 2 days, friends. And I believe there's kickoff sprints tomorrow. Rainy, am I right that there's kickoff sprints for Clue tomorrow? I don't know why I think that. I feel like I saw it somewhere, but maybe I'm crazy. Hi, Vanessa. Hi, Tuesday. How are you? Reading The Nickel Boys when I am not having to actually work. Adulting getting in the way of our reading is really, truly the worst, but we all have to deal with it. Working on getting your February TBR together. Nice. I know one book that's going to be on there, Vanessa, because I'm very excited for our buddy read of The Blood of Hercules. I'm very excited about that. Hi, Jessica, writing a paper today. Okay, you're here for the productivity. I hope your paper goes well. Hi, Jay, listening to The Tainted Cup while I upgrade my Mac's operating systems. Oh, the tech things. I am not a tech girly, so I truly always get nervous when I have to do techie things because I'm getting better. The more I've done booktube and things on the internet, obviously I've learned things, but it's not where I'm happiest. I need to read The Tainted Cup. My goal is to read it before the new one comes out, but I feel like that happens soon. So will I? We'll see. 80% into The Tainted Cup. Okay, back-to-back readers there. I'm going to be working on Onyx Storm. Need to finish it. 200 pages in. Okay, how big is Onyx Storm? To be honest, I know it's smaller than Iron Flame, but I don't really know how big it is. Trying to finish my last 2 January books, finishing A Romance by Emily McIntyre, and also starting the Thursday Murder Club. It's Thursday, so it seems fitting. Perfect. Perfect for a Thursday. Also perfect to be reading on my sprints because I truly love this series with my soul. Hello, Alicia, just joining, finishing up a writing exercise, and then I'll be reading Bookshops and Bone Dust. Friend, Buddy read, accidental buddy read in the comments. I haven't started yet, but like 32 pages. I can catch that up. I can catch up. Hi, Ro. How are you? Hi, Meg. Recently discovered your channel. Oh, thank you so much. And love Timmy's TBR videos. Oh, the board. The board also welcome. So glad to have you. But the board can be very mean. And I feel like it's lulling me into a false sense of security, to be honest, with these first 2 months. Because January was really good. February was really good. I'm terrified for March. Like truly terrified. Hi, Anne. Working on full speed to a crash landing on audio and rocky start for an ebook. Hi, Quinny. About to go book shopping. Okay, when you come back, you need to tell us what you got. Like, that's just the rules. Hi, Alex. Going to be listening to What the Wife Knew. Theoretically, I have like 4 hours left, but I feel like the vibe changed in a way I didn't like. I saw people saying this in the Discord, and I agree. I was still loving it so much that I kind of overlooked that a little bit, but there was also stuff at the end that I couldn't overlook. So it was unfortunate because it was barreling towards a 5-star, and the second half was just not as strong as the first. It really wasn't, which was unfortunate. Good morning, Cora. Finished The Darkness Outside Us this morning and loved it. I've heard nothing but great things. Do you have options? Maybe we can help you. Hi, Anna. Popping in before a meeting. Just finished Amari and the Despicable Wonders. Enjoyed it, but not as much as the first two. I still need to read the second. I've only read the first, and I need to read the second. I feel like you should. I feel like you should join us with Bookshops and Bone Dust. We'll just have like a day reading this series together accidentally. Listening to The Wishing Game. Just set up my new diamond painting, so may start that while I listen. Also, hi, Jen. I love this. I need to also set up my new diamond painting because I finally finished my Christmas one. I feel like I finished this last week on sprints, to be honest. Pretty sure it was last week. So I finished that last week and I haven't set up a new one yet, but I have a new one ready to go and it's a bookshelves one. Very excited about it, but I need to get it up. Okay, this is great because I was wondering if there was going to be more in this series. Where does it fall, Ro, or is it like not connected? Because I was actually wondering this, to be honest. Perfect. See, I knew this was a thing. I knew I'd heard it somewhere. Reading my daily chapter of War and Peace, then probably Violence of Hope. Okay. Hi, Steph. Reading This Woven Kingdom today. Where everyone is reading this book that I know. And I went from never hearing of this book to everybody reading this book. Is there like a read along going on or why? But like, I love this for you all because I've heard great things. Rainey, I think, really enjoyed this too. There's a few people that I know are reading this. Hi, Violet. Doing some video editing today, packing and trying to get in some reading. Yes, all the productivity and things. Oh, I do not love the tech things. Maybe next time I need tech help, I'll just message you and be like, help me. One more book for January, so maybe I should prioritize that. Maybe. Only 2 days left. Okay, 527. So you're almost at the halfway point. Good morning. Trying to plan for February and finishing up my January books. Pick up my book of possibilities for next month. Need to read and be an adult. Meetings at 3, then back to reading, hopefully. Yes, I hope that your meeting goes well, and I hope you get some reading in around it. Good morning, Alicia. Reading Lost and Lassoed. Definitely will happy reading, everyone. Yeah, you definitely have to come back and tell us what you got, for sure. Need to finish the diamond painting I started like over a year ago. It's fine. This happened to me. I've done this before where I put it down and then I'm like, just get out of the diamond painting mood. And then I have to get back into it. And that's okay because they're really easy to kind of like just stuff on the shelf, which is also maybe why we end up putting them off because they are easy to put away. Okay, so we have options. Upright Women by Sarah Gailey, or starting an audiobook, which I have a million options of. Okay, honestly, I was reading a Sarah Gailey book last week, and I can't say anything about that because the vlog doesn't come out until next week. But I'm going to pick the Sarah Gailey book. And you can all take that as you wish. In the world, but not connected. Okay. I think I'll start an audiobook of Bookshops and Bone Dust, finish my ebook for January, Two Twisted Crowns. Maybe I'm just inspirational now to pick up a fan row. I think that's what it is, Rainy. We all just want to be you, and like I want to be you too. So, here we are. Also, you've told me this is very much a me fantasy romance, so maybe I need to get on that. Perfect, because I actually didn't even know the title. I didn't realize it was announced yesterday. I missed that. Brigands and Bread Knives. I truly love the titles of a Travis Baldree book. Like truly. November, the amount of stuff coming out in November that I'm looking forward to is starting to become aggressive. Like the sheer number of releases and things happening in November. November is going to be like a lovely month. Hi, man. Still at work, but I might continue The Woman in Cabin 10 on audio. This Woven Kingdom has been on my TBR since it came out. So many creators have been loving it, and I decided to pick it up after seeing Rainy. See, Rainy, it was you. Hello, how are you? Found it so fun last time, so I decided to come back. I'm so glad. Hello, guys. Hope you're having a great reading sprint. Reading Defy Me. Hi, Lily. Swear you motivated me to read more. I'm so glad that these sprints help you to get your reading in. Reading Quicksilver. I hope you are loving Quicksilver. I really loved that book. That's the other book that's coming out in November that I'm highly anticipating is the next book in Quicksilver. And that one I'm going to literally like drop everything to read, honestly. There's no doubt in my mind. Find I really only like doing smaller diamond paintings, but that being said, I'm having a ton of fun doing them. Really turns my brain off. It really is a nice mindless activity to do while you're like listening to an audiobook or watching TV or what have you. The size I just held up, that's the biggest I've ever done. That's like my preferred size. Anything bigger than that, no. I can't take on anything bigger than that. Brigands and Bread Knives. Very excited. It follows the bookseller Fern, the bookseller I'm about to meet in this book, I'm assuming. Sounds good, Jay. I will message you. I will keep you to that. I know, Rainy, for November. I'm so excited. Everyone reading Bookshops and Bone Dust makes me feel like I should finally get around to reading that. I mean, join us. We're going to read it today. I mean, I probably will read most of this book today, if not the entire book. Also read 11 books in January, so I'm proud of myself. That's amazing. I think you read more than I did, to be honest. I'm at 10, I think. 11's an amazing number. Right? Brimstone? Hi, Swank. How are you? Been eyeing Quicksilver, so maybe I should read that soon before November. Yeah, I would definitely try to get it done before November, for sure. Bye, Anna. We'll see you soon. Before we go into a sprint, though, friends, we have a friend. Hold on. Please hold while I add the people. Because Neva's here. Hello, Neva. How are you?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Am I like choppy? I don't know. My internet is being weird, so if I like disappear and come back in, I'll
That's
be
fine.
back. I just might have to leave for a second.
That's okay. We're just about to go into a sprint, but do you want to tell everybody what you're reading before we go?
Sure. I'm gonna finish The Perfect Marriage by Jenny Rose. This book
Oh,
that
no.
I've just
We lost you. That's sad. No, Neva. We lost Neva. That's okay. Neva will be back. It's fine. It'll be fine. But before we do go into a sprint, I do want to
been
say hi, Claire.
reading now
How are you?
for like 2 weeks. Oh shoot.
Okay. Oh no. Poor Neva. Oh, internet's the worst, honestly. Finishing up work soon, but want to start the new arc of TJ Klune's new release. I hope you enjoy it. Okay, friends, with that, we are going to go into our first sprint. We're going to do hour-long sprints today, and I will see you in an hour. Hello, friends. Before we get into how we did, I'm going to say hello because we had a lot of people join us during that sprint. So let me just do the hellos and then we will get into how we did. Hi, Kat. How are you? Lynn's reading The Weight of Blood. Love this book. Hello, Servasha. Hi, Glenda. Zathira is here reading Shady Hollow 4. Leandra's going to be in and out. And also, Leandra just had a new video go out. If anybody needs like a break in the next sprint, needs something to do, might I recommend horror books recommended to you ahead of Valentine's Day? Because that's the video. Over there, check it out. Hello, reading Quicksilver. I will say, Penelope, with Quicksilver, I also took a second to sink into this book as well. Like, it was good. It was fine. It was fine for the first like 150, 200 pages. And then I was like full on sold. There was nothing wrong with the first bit, but
Brianna also says to give it a little while.
Yeah, you do.
Because we were talking, her and Jess were talking about it in the group chat.
Mm-hmm.
And she said to give it a little bit of time. So
yeah, I would say 200 pages. And not that those 200 pages are bad. This is such an in-depth world system that there is a lot to set up. So that first 200 pages feels a little bit slow and you feel a little, for me, I was a bit disconnected at first. But then once we got into it, we got into it.
I'm going to be buying this. I'm going to be buying this book before I read it.
It's great. Hello, Emily, reading The Love Hypothesis. And also Stacy is here trying to finish The Well of Ascension. 160 pages left. You got this. We're going to be here for a while. So we've got you. And that's where we got to the end of the sprint. So before we get into how everybody in the chat did, let's do how we did. I read 20% of Bookshops and Bone Dust in one sprint. It reads very fast. So there is a possibility I finish this book today, like start and finish it on sprints. We'll see. But it's definitely not, there's a possibility, which would be nice, to be honest.
Right.
I can't say what I'm thinking about it because it's for a secret vlog. So that's all you're going to get, friends. I'm on page 68 at the end of chapter 8 for those who are also reading it, because I know a few people are reading this in the sprints.
I know where you are.
You know where I am?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, I already read Bookshops and Bone Dust.
Oh, have you?
Yeah.
Oh.
I listened to the audiobook when it came out because I pre-ordered the audiobook.
The iBook's great.
And then I reread, I used the audiobook last year for Amazing because I needed something that I knew would be like fast.
Mm-hmm.
But this year I do plan on actually physically rereading both so I can annotate.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Well, and now, did you see that yesterday the third book was announced? We were just talking about it in the third sprint. I missed that completely. So that's new.
So I also need to do that for the third book, like just so I can read the third book. I really do like Travis Baldry's writing style. So
yeah, again, I can't talk about how I'm feeling about this, but like I knew I was going to like the audiobook, at least like the audiobook quality, because I read Legends and Lattes with the audio, and Travis Baldry is an excellent narrator. So, I knew the audiobook was going to be good.
It helps for anyone who doesn't know. He has like a pretty extensive list of, like, he was an audiobook narrator first
before he was an author.
And I didn't know that until I'd like perused on Audible, and I was like, oh, you've been doing this for a while.
You can tell. How did you do with your book?
I also read 20%, so that's about 40, according to Bookly, that's about 45 pages.
Nice.
And it's fine. I have like 3 hours and 15 minutes left of this book, so I'll finish it today.
Neva finishing another book on Thursdays. It's now just like tradition, to be honest. It's just, if you came here on a Thursday and didn't finish a book, I think I'd be offended at this point. Like,
bro,
what is happening?
But yeah, this book is fine. I don't know who to trust. The mother of the husband, I want to actually throw her out a window. She is so annoying. Like, those like mother-in-laws that like think that their son hung the stars, the sun and the moon. And so she's like, my baby boy could not be a murderer, blah, blah, blah. Ma'am. He's literally looking at death penalty. Relax. Like, stop it. Like, the best line in this book was when Sarah, who's the female main character because we get two perspectives. We get her perspective, and then we get Adam's perspective, which is her husband, who's being accused of murdering his mistress. That gives you nothing away because it's literally in the synopsis. But the best line in this is that Sarah says something along the lines of, his mother is here acting like he's the new lead in Hamilton instead of on trial for a double homicide.
Oh, I do like that line. That's good. That's good. That's fire.
I talked up for at least 2 minutes, and then I listened to the song Alexander Hamilton from Hamilton, and then we moved forward.
I mean,
I was like, that's the best thing I've read. But I think that Geneva Rose will be one of those thriller authors that I keep. She's kind of like she's better than Frida McFadden for me. I do rate her books higher, but she'll definitely be one of those like
palate cleanser
thriller writers because she is very quick to read and her chapters aren't super long. I think the longest chapter I've read was 16 minutes.
Yeah, that's not bad.
The rest of them have been like between 2 and 6 minutes.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. Rainey got food and planned a trapeze routine. Now back to Clue. Got February's TBR video planned out and heading to the gym. Got 46% into this Woven Kingdom. Feeling a little insta-lovey. Okay. Yes, pause us to finish your book. Always. We are never offended by this.
Never.
Hello, Michaela. At work and eating lunch. Got almost halfway through editing a video. Nice. Got to page 100 of 173 of Upright Women Wanted. Got to 79%. Just about to finish the Wishing Game. It was all right. Okay, didn't love the narrator and feel like that was always swaying my rating. I have this book on my Goodreads, so maybe this is one I should physically read and not do with the audio if that was kind of taking away from the story.
Yeah, I'm that person too. I'll definitely like stop listening to a book on audio and be like, I'm gonna put this. Well, actually, there's a Geneva Rose book I did this with. The male narrator, he gave me such an ick, like with the way that he read the main male character, that I was like, you know what, I still have it on my TBR, but it's gonna have to wait till I can get it physically on my Kindle.
Well, and I feel like that happened to you with Neon Gods as well, but it was the female narrator.
What I did with that was I ended up I would read Hades' perspective with the audiobook because I did really like the Hades narrator. And then when we would get to a Persephone chapter, I picked up the physical book.
Yeah.
That's how or the Kindle book, because I do have it on Kindle too. And I had to, because I read like 6 of Persephone's chapters with the audio. And I was like, every time she does Hades' voice, he sounded like a 72-year-old man who'd been smoking his entire life. Absolutely not. And then I got a spice scene with that voice, and I was like, nope.
I can't do it. I can't do it.
No, ma'am.
You're like, no, absolutely not. Got to 76% of the women in Cabin 10. Hate the protagonist, but I'm too invested to DNF. I understand this, especially being that close. And in a thriller, I would assume there's not that much left.
Yeah.
So, like, I would probably push through, even though I am a big supporter of a DNF. So, like, also, if it's bringing you no joy, even though it's just a little bit, you could be reading a little bit of a book you are loving. So, there's also that. This made me cackle when I saw this come in, because if no one was here for Tuesday night sprints, this is Kelsey reading Ascension as Assassination, and it was a good time for all had. Tuesday night sprints were unhinged, to be honest.
Oh, I was
unhinged.
I was in the comments, but Tuesday was a weird day for me, so I wasn't actually commenting, but I was laughing. I had y'all playing in my ear. I don't know what was going on.
We have not been that unhinged or that chatty in a very long time. Like it was crazy. Got a lot of work done that sprint, popping out for lunch. This is going to be me as well. I put it in the air fryer at the very end of that sprint, so it'll be cooked when we're done this chat so that I can eat. Like, that was my plan, because I'm now hungry. I'm having chicken strips, but they're not really chicken. They're fake chicken. Listening to Quicksilver. So many people are listening to Quicksilver here in the comments, and I support this life choice, honestly. Like,
I will be okay. I know that the next book is coming out, so I will be November, right?
Yeah, you got till November.
Well, I'll be reading this year, but I said this the other day on something.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I just remember what I said it on, and so I'm not going to say what I said it on.
But you can't say where you said it on. I also know where she said it on.
I also said it on my Monday sprints by myself, that I had to wait for my romantasy TBR from Rainy.
Yes.
And you see how long it took me to think about what I said it on, and then I saw myself.
And then you realized what it was. It went.
And Rainy gave me my romantasy list, so now I can read things like When the Moon Hatched and Quicksilver, because neither one of those is on. You will see my romantasy list on Tuesday, Monday, something like that. You'll see it next week because I did film it already.
I'm interested to see what's on yours that wasn't on mine that maybe I should read. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
like I'm excited to see
that. I'm actually, some of them I had not even heard of, like, which, I mean, leave it to Rainy to give me books I've never heard of because I'm not a romantasy reader. But I was like, you know what? I'm excited, but I'm excited for all of them, even the ones that I've never heard of. I was like, oh, this looks good. Maybe I'll be a romantasy girly because cowboy romance has not worked out for me.
Same. Onyx Storm slump. I feel this, even though I didn't read Onyx Storm. I'm not in an Onyx Storm slump, but I have had books that I'm highly anticipating that have, you know, put me in that, like, oh, this was such a great book that, like, nothing will compare. Nothing will be good enough.
Oh, I had a moment of FOMO where I was going to read all 3 books, and that moment has passed, friends. I'm so sorry. I had a moment where I was like, I own the first book on Kindle and as an audiobook. The second book is on Kindle Unlimited, so I would just have to get the third book. And then, you know, I listened to the voice of reason that is Brittany when she said, you do not want to read this.
Yet, on Monday sprints, Bree was pushing hard for me to do this, and I was almost persuaded that I should.
She persuaded
me. To try all 3 books because she was like, no, because we agreed on a lot of things in the first book, Bree and I.
She and I did too. And then she's like, you should try Iron Flame. It's on Kindle Unlimited. And I was like, okay. Then I posted in my stories and most people voted for me to do it and to vlog it. So I was like, I'll vlog it. And then she's like, yeah, Onyx Storm was so good. You really should read the books. She's like, just push through Fourth Wing so you can read Iron Flame. And she had me convinced. I had it written down as a vlog I was going to do. And then I was like, and then Brittany came in and she was like, you don't want to read this.
You don't want to do this.
Don't do this to yourself because you'll be annoyed and you don't want to do that.
But that's the thing is I keep oscillating as well because I'm like, but what if we like it?
That's where I'm at. Here's the thing. The only way I would do it, I'm going to be honest, because I had to listen to the voice of Brittany. Unless Brittany comes to me and is like, let's do it together. I can't. I just can't. Because I know that it'll piss me off. And I want. And
most of us or none of us.
Everyone I know liked at least some of the series. So everyone I know either loved Fourth Wing, and then we're kind of back and forth about the other 2, or they didn't really like Fourth Wing, but they liked the other 2. Like, it's a very, like, no one I know personally
liked all 3,
but also disliked them quite as much as I did. I'm just saying, except Brittany.
No, I wouldn't say I disliked Fourth Wing. I gave it a 3. It wasn't bad.
I gave it a 3 also.
It wasn't. I think I went in. There's multiple factors that I think played into my Fourth Wing.
I definitely went into it expecting it to be way, like, because it was so hyped.
Yeah,
I expected it to be way better than it was.
I think I was overhyped for it. I think my emergency surgery happened in the middle of it, which then made me put it down for 6 months, and also just kind of like tainted the vibe of the book for me due to like outside circumstances. But also I was not in my fantasy romance era at the time, but I am now. So I'm like,
that's what's getting me is I'm like, I'm so excited to read all these fantasy romances. I'm reading Serpent in the Wings of Night, rereading it because I need to reread it before I can read the second or the novella and then the second. And I'm actually really excited to do my reread of this book. Like, I'm excited to do it. So I'm like, what if I'm in a fantasy romantasy era? I could pick Fourth Wing back up because if I'm in a romantasy era.
Here's the thing. This is true. Leandra's not incorrect. So while Leandra was reading Fourth Wing, she was sending
That's what I'm saying. That's what.
And the amount of times that I defended Fourth Wing, which was a book that I never thought I would defend to Leandra, was like, did I like this more than I think? Like,
here's the thing.
Am I wrong about my own thoughts? Like, it threw me for a loop, to be honest. Like, I had a little bit of a, like, I had an identity crisis, to be honest.
So I also watched Leandra's video, and while I I know what the result was, which I'm not going to tell everyone on the internet because go watch her video. But while I know what the result was for her,
Yeah.
I also felt a bit defensive for me. And I know that the only comment I really made on the video, because I don't want people to think that like I knew like, and I was like, maybe I'll just like message Leandra separately, and then I never did because I forgot. But I didn't want to put it like on her video and then people like be like, oh my gosh, you're just here to argue with Leandra. I love Leandra. Okay. Thank you so much. So, but I'm listening to her talk about it and I was like, well, I did give it 3 stars because I really liked the way that it ended. I mean,
Yes.
I sort of predicted the ending too
Yeah.
because it's a fantasy, but like and because of the way that fantasies like that are written, like I kind of knew how it was going to end. But I still appreciated that that's how it ended. But I was sitting there like, do I want to reread this?
I know I have oscillated back and forth of yes, I do, no, I don't. Like I have gone back and forth. Friends, if I can't confirm or deny if it's going to happen, to be honest, because every day my opinion on it changes. Truly, like it's a every hour my opinion changes on whether I want to go back and retry it. To be honest, like
Here's
it
here's what I
changes constantly. So we'll see.
here's what I can confirm or deny. If Brittany comes to me and says, let's read this together, then I will do it. I can confirm or deny that. But I can't confirm or deny that it will happen because the only way it's happening is if I read this with someone else.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll see. We'll chat about it. Maybe we'll do it for I can't I'll message you privately. Yeah.
I think I'm picking up what you're putting down.
You're picking up what I'm putting down too. I'll message Neva privately. Maybe we'll do it. I don't want to say for sure, but what I'm going to do is I am going to start the comments because we were supposed to go into a sprint in the middle of that discussion and I'm going to go eat lunch because I know it's ready and I'm hungry. So I will see you all in an hour, friends. Happy sprinting. Hello, friends. We are back. Before we get into how we did, let me just say hello because we did have a few friends join us. We had Christina. Hello, Christina. And Christina is hitting us with all the reminders. Hydrate, have a snack, check your laundry if you've forgotten, take your meds. Don't forget to like, subscribe, do all the things for the channel because it helps us so, so much. Thank you, Christina, for always remembering to remind us of all these things. We also had Michelle. Hello, Michelle. How are you? Going between role playing and American Rapture, early pages. So no opinions on either. Sounds good. And also, hello, Swank. How are you? Alex is also here, going to film the end of my vlog and then start editing. Nice. And that is where the end of the sprint happened. So I got to 38% of bookshops and bone dust, and I had lunch. So I'm almost at the 50% point where I'm going to have to vlog. Probably in this next, definitely in this next sprint, I'm going to have to, I'll hit the 50% and need to vlog. So I do really think this is doable to finish before the end of sprints today if we stay productive and I keep at this pace. Because I mean, we're only 2.5 hours into 8 hours. Like we've got some time left of today, friends. We're still in the early days. I mean, we're only going to be like halfway through when we come back after the next sprint. Like not even, I don't even think. We'll be like just under half. And I'll be over halfway through the book. So, unless there's things that happen, it's a possibility. It's a fast read though, because I mean it is Travis Baldree. How did you do, Neva? You're muted, dear.
We knew that would happen at least once. Okay, so
once one of us will talk while muted, it's fine.
I'm at 52%. Everybody thought they needed to talk to me during that sprint, so I only got like 20 pages read, but I have like 2.5 hours of this book, so it'll get done.
You'll get it done. You'll definitely, one of us will for sure finish a book this Thursday. It always is Neva. And I potentially might, but like I started mine today, so it's less of an issue if I don't finish it. But
I will have to update my vlog today. Well, both my vlogs today though, because I need to actually close out my weekly vlog so that can go up over the weekend. And then I need to update my Kindle Unlimited clean out vlog, which is what this book is for. Because once I finish this book, I'm going to try to fit in one more, because I do give myself to the first week of the month to do KU clean out, just because editing and all that crap.
All the things that go into a video that aren't just the reading.
Yeah. So I'll probably continue KU clean out through next week, and then I'll end it next week.
Nice. I'm excited to watch it. I'm excited. Again, this is for a vlog project that is a secret, but it's an otter concept. He even knows what it is. For how it goes. I hope you all love it. Ate lunch, took a shower, and read the first chapter of Mistress of Lies, which I'm using for buzzword this month. This is a great reminder. Have you read your buzzword? I read one and not the other. Although I have to say, when I get to my wrap up, I need to call myself out a little bit on something because it's for a later buzzword that isn't for this month. But I said, I'm not a horror reader. I have no books on my shelf that work for this prompt. If you see my buzzword video, you know what I'm talking about. And I read 2 books this month that fit this prompt. So let's not, I don't know how it happened. I found them on my shelves. It was accidental. Switch to a physical book for that sprint, beg, borrow, and steal. This is the newest Sarah Adams book, I believe.
I think so. I don't know. I've read nothing by this author, so
me neither. But I feel like it like just came out on Tuesday.
It may have, yeah. I know a lot of people were talking about it because a lot of people got ARCs.
And it's a very popular author. I do have a plan to read Sarah Adams at some point. I just haven't gotten to it. Like it just.
Do I have a plan of like taste testing this author? Probably, but like it's not like on the top of my list just because I've heard people talk about her, like the writing style and stuff like that, like the books that she writes, and they just don't really like it's like I think about it when
driving you to pick it up.
Yeah, like she's an author that I'm like, oh yeah, when somebody mentions her, but I don't think about her.
No, well, and I think that's because I haven't tried it,
Yeah.
Got to 63%. Then Rainey distracted me on Discord. I saw a Discord message come in from Rainey. I didn't look at it because I don't have time.
Go to, if you, I would implore you to go check the Discord.
But I'm doing junior detective. So do I
I
need
mean, I am
to
too.
Discord?
But as a host, I have to tell you that I implore you to go check the Discord.
That's
But
fair.
I'm also doing Junior Detective as a host because I don't think the other host on my team is doing Junior Detective. And I just don't feel inclined to do a whole bunch of, like, I have too much stuff I have to read next month.
But
So
I also think it's good for a host to do junior detective so that you can like help the people who are doing junior detective. You know what I mean? Like it's good to have a variety.
I just didn't, I mean, because of the way that prompts are going to go, I just didn't make like a pile of possibilities. I was like, I'll just do junior detective. I'll just read what my TBR gave me, and then it'll be fine.
Yeah, but I did see that also for anyone who, if Ahmad would like to drop the clue link so that you can look into the readathon that is starting tomorrow. Someone can certainly drop that link. It would be much appreciated. Thank you so much. Having tea and dark chocolate for a snack for a good mood. I love this. I love this for you. Got my grocery order completed. Hi, Rachel. How are you? 20 minutes left in Charmcaster, so you will have that done in the next sprint for sure. Hi, Patricia. Joined mid-sprint and read my pages of Ulysses for today, and I'm going to finish What Lies in the Woods by Kate Alice Marshall in the next sprint. Nice. Scrolled my phone and watched some booktube. Hi, Jamie. Not reading it today. I'm just getting ready to shovel the snow. You got snow as well. We officially can no longer see grass here. It happened yesterday. I cannot see grass any longer. It's sad, sad things have occurred. And I think we're supposed to get more snow tonight and more snow tomorrow. So like my grass may not be seen for a long time. And it's saddening. Hi, Krista. Arrived during that sprint and ate lunch while watching booktube, working on editing and reading my nonfiction pages for the day. The plan, listening to Gallant in there as well. Nice. Only a few pages, and then I had to feed all the humans and pets and do school pickup. This is the thing we must do. We must feed the little people and the little animals in our care. So we understand as parents, both of us, we get it. Finished Upright Women Wanted and not sure of my thoughts. Have to sit on it. Sometimes this happens. Sometimes I need to percolate on my thoughts for a book.
Yeah, sometimes I can't always give a rating.
Yeah.
Or I will for a video, and then I'll come back in that video or in a later video later and be like, hey, I know I gave it this rating, but actually it's this
I changed my mind. I changed my mind.
Meanwhile, I'm looking at you because in the vlog, I was like, this is a 1 star. And then later in the vlog, I was like, you know what? For the ending, I'll give it 2.
Oh, that's fair. I changed my vlog, or not in my vlog because the vlog went out. And then after I talked about this book far too much to be giving it a 4.5, it was a 5. I had to change it. Dark Oz. I mean, I bought special editions of the, like, it's not, I cannot be sitting here
with you. But when you told me that Dark Oz is 4.5 stars, I was like, yeah, right, bro.
It was wrong. It was wrong. I did it myself.
In my head, like when you said that, I was like, oh, okay, well, I gave it 6 because I was like, she's not going to sit at no damn. Dark Oz is like for me was. I gave it 4.25, and then Brittany was like, dude, you talk about this book way too much. Like, you tell everyone and their mother to read this book, and you're only giving it 4.25. And she was like, for what reason? And I was like, well, that one scene. And she was like, dude, it's a 6-star book.
Well, that's what Dark Oz is for me. You know what I mean? Like, it was like this one tiny little thing. And then I'm like, you know what? No, you don't go and buy all the books and talk about it constantly for 3 weeks and it not be a 5-star. Like, that's not accurate to my soul. So
and we're just sitting here like making our way through the next 2 books. So like,
we need to actually set like a week where it's on my buddy read schedule so that I'm not trying to like juggle. Does that make sense?
I mean, go ahead and give it to me.
Because I don't want to juggle in and out of it. I want to like sit and enjoy it, you know?
Yeah. The only buddy read that I have for next month that I know of for sure.
I can't do it next month. I cannot do it next month. But you still want to do Blood of Hercules with us, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Blood of Hercules. Yes.
I saw that in my comments, and then I never actually messaged you, but I saw it in my comments and went, I need to, when it comes up naturally, I'll remember.
Well, okay. Yeah. I mean, I don't have any like, I have to get with Katie and find out when she wants to do Spell Shot, but I don't have any. The only like buddy read I know for sure that I have planned is Margaret and I are supposed to finish House of Bane and Blood sometime in February. And Coda and I are gonna read either, I think we're reading Night Bitch in March at some point.
Right on.
But I don't have any other like buddy reads that are for sure planned.
Yeah. I'll look at my schedule and I'll message you and we'll get it on because I want to finish that series preferably like in the next like 6 months. Do you know what I mean? Like I'd like to read it at a fair clip.
Yeah, I feel you. And I'll be buying them next month.
So very much. I wish, a side note, because I'm just reading Sarvash's comment, I wish I had a Panera near where I live because Panera is great. I only ever get to eat at Panera when I go to the States, which I never do anymore. I rarely ever go to the States, but back when I used to, I love Panera. So good choice. Got to 82%. Had a message from my son's teacher doing conferences tonight. Ugh. I mean, it's good to do parent-teacher conferences, but like also,
I hate them.
It's not a fun time for me, honestly. Need to get back to bookshops and bonus. Although I hope it goes well. Like I hope everything's fine and great. I don't like to socialize in that way. It stresses me out. Picked up Malice. I love this, Quitty. I'm so happy as a person who just finished Malice last Thursday and gave it 5 full stars with my full chest. I hope you love it too. I haven't heard of this Kennedy Ryan book. I actually need to read a Kennedy Ryan book, to be honest. That's another author that I'm like, how have I not read one?
Here's the thing. I like the books that she does in the one series that's all like the first one's about divorce.
Yes.
I like those books. I tried Long Shot last year. Absolutely not. I made myself get to 50% at 2.5 times speed of the audiobook so it could count for Amazing Readathon, and I DNF'd it.
I mean, it happens.
I just feel like nobody talks about the fact that there's forced pregnancy in that book, and it really bothered me. Yeah. And it's not like it's not trigger warned, like the DV is trigger warned, but like within the first like 3 chapters, the person that's supposed to be like the bad guy, which he's a piece of crap. He like purposely impregnates her without her knowledge. And I'm like, why is no one talking about this?
No. That's fair. It just needs to be told to people ahead of time. A side note, hello, but I just bought this book. When I went to buy Out on a Limb, I bought this book because everyone was telling me that I needed to read this book. Like, so everyone was like, it's dark academia, it's female rage. Like, you need to read this book. And I went, okay.
Yeah, everyone's
I bought it, friends. I bought it.
I need to read it as well, so it's on my list of books to purchase.
When I went to pick up Out on a Limb on Tuesday, or not Out on a Limb, out in the woods. Out of the woods. We're out of the woods. I will never say this right.
Out of the woods. It's a Taylor Swift song.
I know, but for some reason I can't put it with the book. Like I don't know, my Swiftie brain just for some reason can't put the book with the right title, and I don't know why. I have no excuse. But I said if they have the sprayed edges copy of Blood over Bright Haven, I'm picking it up, and they did, and I bought it, and here we are. Pango for what? I can't actually buy Pango books, which is sad because it's not in Canada, and it makes me very sad because I would love Pango to come to Canada. I'll start a petition. Maybe it will make it happen. Hello, Sadia. Okay. Real is amazing and it's so underrated. So maybe this is where I need to start. I'm going to start and add it to my TBR friends. Thank you. Did some chores, got to 50% of my audiobook and had some lunch. Nice. The conferences should go well. They're just updating on progress and giving us a heads up on testing. Both kids are being tested for being gifted or not. Oh, got you. But that's good to know. Like those are things that like it helps them through their schooling if you know these things are because then they can teach them at their correct levels. It's very important. Vlog is filmed. Yay! Now going to edit. Have fun. That's the part I don't love to do is the edit. Well, I don't dislike editing, but it just takes so much longer than I think it's going to. No matter how long I estimate editing, it takes at least 10 times longer than I'm.
Yeah, I block out my entire Friday to edit.
It all and vlogs take longer. Sit down videos, I find I can edit a lot faster just because obviously, I re-say things if I mess it up. Like I have really easy stop starts. But sit down videos vlogs, it's like piecing together 17 of me. And I'm just like, it's,
I edit my vlogs as I go.
Me too. Now I do this as well.
And then But then I do block out Fridays as an editing day. Like, I just wear headphones and I just edit all day
Yeah, that's
and
smart.
make graphics and stuff.
Yeah, I love that. You need a work day with this kind of job. You need a work day. It's just a thing. But we're at the end of the comments and the timer. We might as well just go with it. So I'll see you in an hour, friends. Hello, friends. We are back. How did your sprint go? I just want to say hello to some friends, and then we will get into how we did for the sprint. Hello, Amanda. Currently reading right now Survive the Night by Riley Sager. How are you liking this? We all know Riley Sager's not my favorite thriller writer, although to be honest, I've kind of gravitated away from thrillers anyway. However, I read 2 this month. So maybe I'm coming back to it. But let me know how you're feeling about this because I know a lot of people like Riley Sager. Hi, Taylor. I am so sorry to see this. Strep throat is the worst. I am so sorry. I'm glad you got your meds and you got a hot tea to kind of loosen some stuff, freshly showered, lay down and rot. Seriously, lay down, rest, recoup, get all the rest you need. And I hope that you heal and feel better very, very soon. I'm going to send you all those vibes. I'm so sorry because I feel so bad that you're sick. And hopefully we can distract you too from not feeling the best. Got caught up on my Bible study workbook for my small group tonight and took a shower, which was much needed. Nice. Hi, Renee. Just joined and listened to Alcatraz and the Shattered Lens. Got to 91% on Out on a Limb. Given up on the Tainted Cup for now and listening to On Bloody Sunday as it's the anniversary. Oh, that's very immersive to read it on the anniversary of the event. Read 2 thrillers this month. Well, horror, but I kind of love them together and I feel good about letting that come back to me occasionally. Me too, Rainey. And honestly, when I did my physical TBR, there were so many books on these shelves that were thrillers because again, and I've said this in videos and I've said it recently, there was a time where I read a lot of thrillers. And then there was a time where I was gravitating away from them, but I was still buying them because in my head, I still read a lot of thrillers. So my shelf has an abundance of unread thrillers. And reading 2 this month, because I read 2 during my mood reading vlog. I read Sherry Lupina's Everyone Here Is Lying, and I read What the Wife Knew. Really just, even though neither of those, although What the Wife Knew out of the 2 were my favorite, neither of them were huge, I didn't have a 5-star from those. But I still feel like they vibed well for me, just the thriller vibes and the fast way of being able to get through a thriller very quickly, especially since amongst reading those 2 thrillers, I was reading a lot of chunky epic fantasy this month. I read some seriously chunky fantasy. So to have those in there as palate cleansers was really, it was nice to go back to that. 33 minutes left on my novella. I'll finish it up in the next sprint. We'd love to see an almost finished book. Ate lunch and got some stuff ready for journal spreads. Going to try and decide on an audiobook for the rest of the day. I don't think I actually said what I did. I was just clicking down through the comments and got distracted. I got to 54% of Bookshops and Bone Dust and I did a vlog clip. So I have now passed the halfway point. I definitely should finish this today because again, we're not even halfway through sprints yet. It's been a while since I read an entire book in a day. Obviously, I'm on sprints. Obviously, this is a fast read. That is why. But still, it's been a minute. Picked one of the kids up from school and read a couple of chapters. Uploaded my video and had dinner. Now reading Eye of the World. Okay. Is this your first time reading Wheel of Time or are you going back to it? Let me know. I am so close to finishing Crown of Swords. And I really do want to finish it before I go into the Cosmere. But the problem is that I am losing the Hero of Ages audiobook before I lose the Crown of Swords audiobook. So I may have to pivot and read Hero of Ages before I finish Crown of Swords. But we'll see. Survive the Night is very interesting. I'm liking it more than most of his books. The only one I love. Hello. Or not Rainy. I went to click Rainy. Why am I?
We're the same person. It's fine.
I was just seeing Rainy's comment and my brain was Rainy, Neva, hello. Who am I talking to? How did your sprint go now that you're back?
Oh, I made it 64%.
Nice. Very nice. Getting through it. You have to read a lot of horrors for collabs coming out this year. Well, it's a good thing that you're getting back into your horror rhythm then. Read 25 pages of bookshops and bone dust, then went down a rabbit hole on Facebook Reels. On the bright side, Disney Animal Kingdom had a debut. I saw this. I must have seen it on Instagram because I wouldn't have seen it on Facebook, but I saw that they had a new baby tiger and it was very cute. Because I mean, it's a baby tiger. Like, it's
right.
How it can be nothing but cute. Read 40 pages of What Lies in the Woods. I'll be back. Gotta go pick up the kids. Sounds good. Drive safe. Oh, yes. Feel better, Taylor. Like, seriously, we're all sending you all the vibes. Neva, you might have missed this, but Taylor just found out she has strep throat.
Ugh. My brother had strep throat too. It sucks.
It's the worst. Like, ugh. And strep, like, you have to get on meds for that, like, quickly because, you know, it can get bad. So hopefully you caught it early enough too. Reading the radio hour and going back and forth if I should DNF it. If you are going back and forth on whether you should DNF it, you should DNF it. Because if you're really enjoying a book, you don't have that question in your head. That's my like. There's never been a book that I've been enjoying that I go, maybe I should DNF this. That's not something that you do. So that means something about it is not working for you, and that's okay. Like, that's okay. But at the same time, I kind of enjoy the women portrayed in it. So you like the characters, but not like what's like happening to them. First time and 70% through. This is Eye of the World. And how are you feeling about it at 70%? Let me know. I feel like at this point, anytime someone's reading Wheel of Time, I'm like, I need to know your thoughts on Wheel of Time. Like, I need to know. And I am not, because I know a lot of people who are like, Wheel of Time is the best fantasy. I'm not that person. I'm not singing the praises of Wheel of Time. I don't hate Wheel of Time. I'm right. I'm in the middle out of like a 3-star. I see good things that it did for fantasy and the history of fantasy. I'm really excited to see how it changes with Brandy Sandy writing it, because I'm on the cusp of switching to Brandy Sandy at this point. And by on the cusp, I still have like 4 books of 1,000 pages each. So like, you know, it's relative, but like I'm close-ish.
I'm going to be honest. I only own the first one. And if I don't feel like continuing after the first one, I'm just not going to.
I to be honest, I would not recommend you picking this up because I just don't think I think unless you really want to appreciate it for the history of epic fantasy, I don't see how the time commitment to Wheel of Time is worth it, to be honest.
Here's the thing. So it was gifted to me like a few years ago, like 2022-ish, I think. It was like one of the first like wish list gifts that I ever received.
Yeah.
So like I will read the first one because I own the first one. Like I have that one on my shelf, and it won't get unhauled because it was gifted. But it is one of the 64 books that I haven't read, and that's the challenge for me this year, is to read all of my. Ryan and my brother gave me a challenge to read all of my books, and if I do, I'm going on a shopping spree, so I'm going to do it. But my thing is that if I you know me, I have no qualms with DNFing.
No.
So if I start reading this and I'm like, this is not what I want it to be, I will DNF. I do not care.
We DNF. Also, Amanda, I hope you feel better. We are DNFers here. And honestly, I'm not as good as Neva, but I'm getting there. I feel like I'm starting to reach your level.
I corrupted Brittany a few years ago to DNF.
It's good.
Before Brittany knew me, she didn't DNF.
No, I didn't. I pushed through no matter what. I was a completionist but was hating life. So like
I was like, dude, just DNF. It's really fine. And then she saw me do it and she was like, oh, I guess it's really fine.
Cora, I love a spinner wheel to make a decision. I do this with like sometimes life tasks too. Like if I have a ton of things to do, I will put a ton of things on a spinner wheel because decision fatigue is truly strong here. Like I get tired, I can't make a decision, and then I don't make any decision and nothing happens. So I support a spinner wheel for any and all decision making purposes.
I was gonna say, I have a spinner wheel both on my iPad, which my iPad one is specifically for like my iPad app is specifically for like book stuff. Mm-hmm. But I do have the same app on my phone. Yeah. And I use it for basically everything. If I can't make a decision, dude, it's not going on the spinner wheel. Like I do not care.
It's literally what we do because it's just, you know what? Some days my brain is too tired. My brain is too tired to think about it. Got to 66% of this Woven Kingdom. So many different directions this could go, and I'm so intrigued. Honestly, I'm gonna have to bite the bullet and buy this book. Truly,
Me
truly.
too at some point.
Because I have heard nothing but good things about it since Rainey started reading it like earlier in the week. And even Tennille, who I would say I have more reading taste in common with Tennille, who's one of my patrons, than I do with Rainey, said that she loved the first book. So that even made me more thinking that I would, you know? Very good historical romance. Enjoying it, but with a long series, it's hard to have an opinion. Hopefully all things will have a coherent end. Yeah, that was my thought with the first book too. I gave the first book 3 or 3.5 stars. I don't remember. But for an epic fantasy series, the first book tends to be not necessarily scored the highest. When they are, I'm like, ooh, what is going on with this? Because you're trying to set up enough storylines for 14, 15 books. Well, that's a lot to cover in one novel.
But I also need the first book to hook me enough to want to go to the second one.
Correct.
So like there's like a very fine balance, because if the first book doesn't make me want to pick up the second book, then it wasn't whatever information you put in the first book
do what it was supposed to do. Exactly. I agree with you.
And I've run into that with really large series where the first book it builds things for you, but it doesn't actually intrigue me to pick up the second book. So I'm like, well, what was the point in that?
Yeah. Agreed. I feel like at this point, I think if I wasn't running the read along, I could fall off Wheel of Time, but also I'm glad I'm running the read along and it's keeping me accountable, because at this point I put in so much time that like I feel like I want to finish, because like, you know,
that's fair. But like, that's why I'm like, honestly, if the first book doesn't make me want to pick up the second book, I just won't.
I mean, I love the third book. I gave the third book 5 stars.
I just feel like I don't have time for a 15 book fantasy series that I'm going to have to slog through to get to pieces that I like.
It's valid.
You know?
That's a valid thing.
And I'm glad for you that you're doing the read along, because
I recommend for those who want a fantasy series, although I would not, I'm recommending to people who read epic fantasy, because I would not say this is an intro to epic fantasy.
I can't wait to get to that book. I have it on my Kindle.
Read Malice. I would not say this is an intro to epic fantasy. This is not where I would recommend someone to start, because it is quite dense, but it's fabulous.
I can't wait to get to that book. I've had it on my Kindle for forever, because it was like a $5 Kindle deal. So I downloaded it.
It's great.
But I do like epic fantasy, but
it's so good, friends. Oh, I had this up and then I didn't actually say anything. Hi, Anna. Welcome back. Spinner wheel is a great way to fight decision fatigue. Truly. I'm not, because I don't do book of the month and don't have any book of the month.
Yeah, at this point, all of my book of the month.
For those who do.
I read my last unread book of the month book last year. So yeah, I haven't gotten book of the month since I think 2023. Mm-hmm. I've contemplated going back to some kind of book subscription, but I don't know if it'll be book of the month. I'm leaning more towards like Aardvark.
Yeah.
Because they have more intriguing books to me. I don't know. I feel like
different books. I feel like they have really different books.
And here's the thing with book of the month, sometimes I really get books that I like, and sometimes I get a box of books that I like none of them.
Yeah.
And I am one who kind of builds up my credits so that I can get like 2 or 3 books in one singular month. Mm-hmm. Like usually what I do is when I've signed up for it in the past, I'll wait like 3 months before I actually get any books, unless there's just really a monthly book that I'm like, oh, this is going to sell out quick, so I need to get it.
Yeah.
My problem is also I don't like the way that book of the month labels their books.
See, I kind of like it if you have it all on a bookshelf, like all together. I kind of like the look.
If I had enough book of the month books
to have a ton,
make it worth it, I would. But at this point, I don't, because I've unhauled so many of them that I didn't like. Because I'm not just going to leave a book of the month book on my shelf because it says book of the month on it. But with Aardvark, I feel like their branding is much more subtle. Like they almost work their branding into the cover of the book.
They do.
So I can still put that on a regular shelf on its own.
I didn't buy it from Aardvark, but I got it like used, but it's an Aardvark copy. Yeah. And it looks just normal on my shelves. Like
that's what I'm saying. Like, and I've seen even like, because like Jan gets Aardvark, and I've seen the covers of her books, and they like work the branding into the cover. Like unless you're looking at the cover closely, sometimes you can't even tell that it's branded.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I love that about them. But yeah, we're at the end of the comments. You ready to just go into a sprint? Look at us staying productive today, friends. You never know what you're gonna get. But
You really never don't.
we're on top of it. I'll see you in an hour. I wasn't paying attention to the timer, and then I looked up and I was like, I have no time to finish the page that I'm on. So I was frantically trying to, but it's fine. I guess that's a good sign though. I'm not going to tell you what I think of the book, but that might be a sign. Just
I cannot wait to see the secret.
Well, you know the secret.
I know I do, but that doesn't make it any less exciting to watch it.
True. You're like, but I'm excited to watch it nonetheless.
You know every secret thing I've ever worked on, but it still makes it exciting to watch it.
So true. So true. We can't keep secrets from each other. It's too hard. That's too difficult.
That's true.
It's too hard. I got to 74%. How about you?
I got to 75%. Look at us.
Friends.
Listen, I don't know what's happening in this book now. It could be anyone.
Oh,
okay. And it really took a turn, dude. Like it really took a turn. Okay, Miss Lawyer lady told the really annoying mother-in-law. She's really annoying. Like, she's the worst. Thank God I have a great mother-in-law, bro, because or soon to be mother-in-law, rather. But like, whatever. She's my mother-in-law, okay? Yeah. Because this woman is insufferable. Like, basically, the main male character, or the main female character, she had like a really rough childhood. So her dad was a terrible person, and her mom was a drug addict too. You know what I'm saying? So she basically tells Adam's mother, she does it to piss her off, but she tells her, like, the best thing you could do as a mother is do what mine did. And blank yourself. I was like, God dang!
Gracious. Savage.
But honestly, it could be anybody. Like, it could be Sarah. It could be Sarah's assistant. It could be Adam. It could be I can't remember her name, but Kelly. That could be the mistress's husband. It could be
so you were suspicious of every character.
I'm suspicious of everyone, like down to like the mistress. Like, the mistress's name is Kelly. Her husband is a cop.
Yeah.
And his best friend is also a cop. Like, they are partners. It could literally be the partner. Like, I don't know what's happening.
Could be anybody, friends.
By the end of this book, it might be 5 stars just because I'm going to be like surprised.
No matter what it is, you'll be like, what?
And I was definitely sitting at like 4 stars until like 62%. And then I was like, this could be a 5-star book just simply because I don't know who it is. It's not like with Where the Bodies Are. That one, I kind of had a suspicion of who it was, and then it ended up being who I thought it was, but not quite in the way I thought.
Right.
If that makes sense. So I gave it 4.5 because I was like, I did figure out part of this. I can't figure out any of this. I don't know what this is.
We cannot decide. Hello, Jean. How are you? 12% into Girl with the Pearl Earrings. Also, I saw this reading Wind of Truth and actually going to finish it today. The size of Wind of Truth is truly
what book is this?
This is the newest one in one of Brandy Sandy's series. I think it's Warbreaker.
Yeah, the only thing I've read by Brandon Sanderson is I've read the first
Chunky.
I read the first Mistborn book.
Yeah,
the very first one. I need to actually reread it because I'm going to have to read the rest of the first, what is that, era or whatever. Mistborn era 1. I'll have to read the rest of that this year because it's on my shelf already.
Yeah.
And then I read Tress because Tress was also on my shelf last year. I read it. I picked it up from the indie bookstore and I gave it 3.5 stars. Honestly, I will keep it. I'm not going to unhaul it because I think that when Ari's a little bit older, she will like it.
Right.
And I think that my little brother will like it. I'm not a boat person.
That's fair. Me neither.
And I gave it 3.5 because I thought that the
graphic audio don't like a boat, but I'm going to be reading Tress with the Cosmere read along. So here we are.
Here's what I'm going to tell you. Honestly, as someone who knows your reading taste, I'm going to suggest trying the graphic audio.
No, I won't like a graphic audio. I know I won't.
Are you sure? Because here's the thing. I started it as the regular audiobook and I switched to graphic audio and I liked the graphic audio.
I'm positive I won't like a graphic audio.
Okay.
I'm just how I listen to things. Like I won't like that. Read to 35 pages of What Lies in the Woods and a chapter of The Great Gatsby.
You know what's funny? I've never read The Great Gatsby.
No, me neither.
I don't know that I want to, but I've never read it. I know a lot of people love it, and I'm just like, I have no. Like, somebody would have to give it to me as like a challenge or something. Like, somebody would have to put it in like the Patreon pool or something for me to read it.
Yeah, I'm not a big, like, I don't really want to read a ton of classics. There's some classics I would like to read, but I'm not like dying to read all of them. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. 75 pages left. You'll definitely finish. Honestly, we still have, I would say, 2 more sprints. Like, I think we'll be able to get 2 more hour-long sprints in. I really do. I'll
finish this. I should finish, get pretty close to done with this book in the next sprint. Because it says an hour and a half, so it should take me like 1.5 more sprints.
Yeah, I have 2 hours and 7 minutes, but Libby's not doing the adjustment. But also, I have to do something in the next sprint upstairs. So, like, you know, it'll be 2 more sprints. It'll be done.
Needs to do the adjustment, dude.
I don't know why it doesn't.
Because the book that I finished in one sitting last night on Libby, it did that too, where it kept telling me that I still had 2 hours left, and I was like, there is no way that I have 2 hours left when I have 50 pages. There's no.
They don't. It doesn't math. Hi, Mel. Having coffee and reading The Golden Enclaves, bouncing baby book fiend in their little bouncer. I love it. Didn't take a nap, but I did get some editing done for an upcoming vlog. Sounds good. Got my January journal spreads done and ended up listening to What Lies in the Woods for Buzzwordathon.
I need to film that.
The buzzword?
No, I'm not doing buzzword. I need to film my
journal spreads.
My journal spread.
Gotcha. I was like, that could go either way.
I'm gonna update them I'm gonna update the actual journal spread at the end of each month, or like the first week of the beginning of each month, because then I have all of my stats and everything that I can just plug already.
Yep.
Instead of trying to keep up with, it's really hard for me to keep up with the journal like throughout the month. Yeah. And then but I'm gonna do a video kind of like I did with the setup where we walk through. I won't write reviews or anything, but I'll walk through like how I set everything up.
Nice. I love journal stuff, even though like I do have a journal this year, but like I'm not good at keeping up with it, which was my concern, to be honest.
Yeah.
DNF the radio hour. We supported DNF. We really do. And reading Batman: The Long Halloween instead. We support this. We have a finished book. A sci-fi novella with a strong romantic subplot. Still dithering on what I'll rate it, but definitely a thumbs up, spice level. Number 1. That makes sense with like a sci-fi novella.
That's what I love about my new spread. The new spreadsheet Allie did. She added a spice thing in it.
Oh, that's nice.
Which is awesome for me, because while spice sometimes to me is relative, so somebody else's 5 spice would not be to me. Like pucking around, I would give 5 spice, but I think to other people it would be too much.
Yeah, it really depends on how much you read spice, to be honest.
But I try to give spice ratings based off of what other people would read it.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Hello, Morgan. How are you? Need to figure out what to read in the middle of 3 books. Same,
girl.
Same. Actually, I'm in the middle of 4.
I am in the middle of 3 because I finished one last night.
It's fine. It's fine. It'll be okay. I'm going to finish this one really quickly, though. Like this one will be off, and then I'll be down to 3, which is, what are they? Crown of Swords, Out on a Limb.
Third Gilmore Girl.
That's the other one. Thank you so much. I was like, what is the next one?
My other 2 are my reread of Pucking Sweet and Third Gilmore Girl. But I knew you hadn't moved on in Third Gilmore Girl, so I'm not moving on. So when I finish this, I'll pick up Pucking Sweet for a little bit today.
The Third Gilmore Girl, I don't have a physical copy, so I forget that I'm reading it. Do you know what I mean? Because it's not staring me in the face.
Oh yeah, mine's sitting in my little. I have like a little caddy over here now, which I will be in a couple weeks, 2.5 more weeks, and I'll be getting my very first book cart. I'm so excited.
I love a book cart. I adore a book cart.
But my book cart will have on the the very bottom, it'll be that month's TBR. The middle one will be any books. I'm sorry. The top will have like exactly what I'm reading, like right then, like what I'm in the middle of with like other stuff. And then the middle will be that month's TBR, and the bottom I'm just going to put as many of my 25 and 25 and self-destruct books as I can fit, and the rest of them will just hang out on my shelf until they're until
I
they
love
can
that.
get swapped out.
I love my book cart, honestly. Also, I love that Lexi's here. Hello, Lexi. I was like, Lexi's here. I haven't seen you in so long because I sprint while you're at work. It's a bad system, really. But
yeah, I only saw her last week because of 24-hour sprints.
So I'm so glad to see you, Lexi. Hello. Also, hi, Sarah. Reading Powerless by Lauren Roberts. Thank you for telling me which Powerless you're reading.
God.
We appreciate
that's on my bookshelf too.
Halfway through Tress of the Emerald City. I'm liking it, but not loving it like the Mistborn series. It's very different from the Mistborn series, really.
It is.
So.
He definitely says that in like the foreword or whatever that he wrote it for his wife.
Yeah.
And it's not a bad book by any means.
It's just not a new book.
I'm just not in it. Like, I like a good road trip, but I don't want to be on a boat. There's just not a lot that happens when you're on a boat.
No, there's very few boat books that I could say that I have enjoyed.
So it was fine. Like, and honestly, like when Ari is a little bit older, I would even read it to Ari now. Honestly, she's old enough; she would comprehend it. Yeah. I would read if she wanted me to read it to her. I would read it to her. It just wasn't a book for me.
Yeah, fair. We have a diaper situation. Rough. I'm doing really well. How are you, Mel? How are you doing?
I'm doing fine, Mel. Thank you. I mean, my chronic pain is worse than other days because the weather doesn't know what it's doing, but otherwise I'm fine.
I do feel like it has been forever since I've seen a lot of my Australian friends. Like, not just you, but I haven't seen Crystal in forever. Like, there's so many because I've been mostly sprinting days, and if I'm sprinting evenings, it's over on the Patreon typically. So I just don't necessarily see them. Like, I need to like do a night, and what we should do is pick like a night and just like have like a party with our
friends. I agree. I would like to be invited to this party.
Like, I think that's what we should do. Like, also, invite all the Australian friends, which is a lot, to be honest. Like, we have a lot of Australian friends.
Probably.
And it would just be like a party. Like, no sprints, just a party.
Yeah, just a party. And also, probably no one will understand what I'm about to say to Mel except Mel. But last year, Mel did a video where she, or a couple of videos. I don't know. I was in one where she recommended books to different booktubers.
Yes. Mel
so I was featured in one of those, and one of the books Rainey gave me on my romantic.
Is the one Mel gave you?
Is the book that Mel recommended. When I see it in the video, I was like, I'm pretty sure. I was like, and I could not for the life of me remember what Mel's channel name was while I was filming. So I was like Australian Mel. She had a baby. Like, I know who she is. She's gonna hate me for this. But I was like, but she recommended me this book, and I never picked it up.
This happens all the time because the thing is, we don't talk to our friends. Like, I don't call you reading with Neva. Like, that would be weird. You're Neva to me. And anytime I speak of you, I speak of you as Neva. Same with like Sash. So the other day I was like, Sash, what is Sasha's channel's name? Like, it was just, I know.
The ones that I remember their channel names are people like Jan, because it's her name. Like, it's Jan Agaton. Yes. But like half the time, like I'll be sitting there and I'll be like, Brianna, not for like, if I'm talking about Bree from Bookstrovert, which a lot of us that are friends with Bree and are friends with Brianna or Bree from Four Paws in a Book, we call Bree from Four Paws in a Book 4 Paws, and we call Bree from Bookstrovert 2 Paws, but that's not her channel name.
It's not at all. It's not at all. I love this, Lexi. I love that you get off early, which is super fun, but I also love that it happens to work out on the day that we're here so that we'll see you more. Like, that's so perfect. It's flavored water, but it's still water. That counts, right?
Ryan, during that last sprint, I don't know if anybody saw him come in and then leave.
No, I wasn't.
He brought me vanilla Coke. And then I also have water.
I'm so glad you're loving mom life too, Mel. That makes me so happy.
Me too. Oh my gosh. Yeah.
We need to do a party. I think this needs to happen.
Just a fun hangout.
That's what I'm saying. I'm going to write it down next to, if anyone was here on Tuesday, we had a great trivia idea with Kelsey to do like Canadians try to do America trivia. And I'm going to write it right underneath that.
So I remember hearing that and I was like, that would be so fun.
Okay. Australia party. I would love to know because my notes are just for me and me alone. So how I write things is just like so that I will know what I'm talking about.
I'm gonna be
And
real.
they don't make sense.
You've seen the way that I take notes to remind myself of things. They would like Ryan tells me all the time, he's like, I can't look at your planner because I won't know what you're talking about.
They
And I'm
mean
like, do you want to see how everything's broken down for the week for my like work week? And he's like, he looked at it one time and was like, babe, I don't know what any of this means. And so
yeah,
I explained everything, and he was like, none of that makes sense. And I was like, well, it makes sense to me. So
literally.
it's not a good thing.
It's just for me. Like it's just for me. I'm the only one who needs to know what it is. Like it's fine. Before we go into our sprint though, I do want to highlight this. This is the booktube spreadsheet. Christina does so much work
We
on
love
this.
the
Like,
booktube Bible. I have it saved in my
so
Google Drive.
so appreciated. I am going to start the comments though, so that we can get into our next sprint because I do want to get 2 more sprints in before we head off.
Yes,
And that will be the
and
only
I'm
way.
gonna go grab Ari from the bus.
Sounds good. So look, we're going to see you in an hour, friends. Bye.
Hello. I got to 89% of bookshops Yvonne does. I definitely was not reading that whole sprint though. I went and grabbed a coffee and I did a little when you're getting tired, but at the end of the day, your focus starts to wane a little.
Yeah.
Mine started to drift a tad, but it says I only have 50 minutes left and that's not at my listing speed. So I don't know, 30, 25, 25.
Well, I have I made it to 80%, but I had to also run to the store. So I did read in the car on the way. I'm forever a passenger princess no matter who's driving. So I will probably finish in the next sprint. If I don't, I'll only have
you'll be really close.
20 minutes left. So I'm going to count it as finishing on the sprint.
We're going to count it, friends, for tradition's sake. I'm going to finish, so maybe me finishing can also count,
I mean, I think that on Thursdays, as long as we know we're going to finish before we go to bed, it counts as finishing on the sprint.
That is fair. If I don't finish on the sprints, it doesn't get finished before I go to bed on Thursdays. It does not happen because I could say that I'm going to read after Bones. I'm never going to read after Bones.
Is it on the counter?
Never, ever, ever will I read after Bones.
Wait, on the counter in the kitchen?
Yeah. In a bag or anything?
Hi, Ari.
Hi, Auntie.
How are you? I heard you. And I was like, wait, I got to say hi. How's your day?
Good.
It's good. I'm so glad.
You know how mommy's eating a donut?
Down.
I didn't know mommy was eating a donut, but I do now.
You know how she's eating a glazed donut?
I do.
I'm also eating a donut, but with cream in it.
You have a filled donut. Those are my favorite. What kind of cream do you like in your donut?
The one you're eating has vanilla pudding in it.
I don't really like the vanilla pudding, so I'm eating out on the outside.
That's okay.
Because I do not want it. I tried to squeeze all of it out, but not all of it came out.
To be honest, Ari, you and I are the same because I don't mind the vanilla pudding ones, but do you know what my favorite ones are? And I don't even know if you have them where you are. I'm sure you do, though. But they're jelly-filled ones.
Yeah, we have jelly-filled ones.
You don't like jelly-filled ones?
The donuts at Dunkin' Donuts that don't have filling in them?
Yes. Those are your favorite?
Anything in them.
Those are your favorite?
But right?
How much of that donut did you eat? Because if you didn't eat a ton of it, you can give it to Brayden and you can get.
I'm eating the sides, Mom, because I don't want the gur in my mouth.
Okay, so you want the chocolate part?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And I can't just bite the top off because then I'm gonna have pudding in my mouth.
That's okay. All right, go eat your donut.
Enjoy.
Coraline with me?
No, you need to eat that donut first.
Okay.
My books do not meet with donuts.
No, especially pudding-filled donuts.
Or did she see it?
She's already seen it. Now go.
I love that she came running when I said hi to her. It makes me.
Yeah, she was halfway down the stairs too.
I know. I love her so much. Oh my goodness. She knows her auntie. It's fine. Editing is pretty much done. Yay! Final run through. Love it. Took a break from reading to do some writing and actually made some progress after weeks of being stuck. That's amazing because I could not write anything. As much as I have opinions on books, I always will say that anyone, I couldn't do it. So
I'll be like, listen, I didn't really think this was well written, but I couldn't write anything better. So it's
absolutely not. Could not.
And actually, I think that's why I don't rate off of some people are very critical with their rating. And I think the reason that I am not when it comes to writing specifically is because the last novel that I wrote was when I was in 10th grade. I was 16. And to be honest, it was about as close to Gossip Girl as you could get. I changed some stuff in it. You know what I'm saying? But I was highly influenced. Okay. I am not a writer. I am a reader. So I tend to go off of I want it to make me feel something, but also I want good character development and I want like the vibes, and like if you tell me that the ambiance is supposed to be a certain thing, I want to feel that. But like I'm almost never, I mean, the writing has to be really atrocious for
I
me
was just
to be
about to
like,
say, I
I'm done
rarely
with
will
this,
call
it's just
out
the writing.
yes, I was just about to say that, like, I will rarely call out writing for like quality because truly same. But there was a book that I recently did because it was literally run on sentences, and each sentence was like a paragraph long with 13 commas. And I was like, no, I can't.
I'm more of a person.
No, I can't do it.
I'm more of a person that will critique format, like the way that the book is formatted. That I will critique because I'm like, come on, you knew that this was not going to be what people want to read.
Yeah.
But the exception to that is arcs. I'm not going to critique format on that because those aren't completed.
Yeah.
But if it's a completed like book that I own and I bought, I'm critiquing that. But I mean, because I have said that I didn't like the writing in Fourth Wing. My issue with the writing in Fourth Wing was there was a lot of like spots in there where people would be speaking, and like for emphasis, it would be like 1 or 2 words and then a period, and then 1 or 2 words and then a period. But you're supposed to read it as like a whole sentence.
Yeah.
And I don't really love to read that. But I mean, otherwise, like the writing, like it was fine.
Yeah. Hello, Gabby. Just got off work. Currently at 92%. You were very close of We Shall Be Monsters. Liking it, but the last 20% of the book has been a long flashback. And I don't know how I feel about that specifically. That's fair. Got to 78% of this Woven Kingdom. Will definitely finish tonight. I literally don't know what direction this is going to go. Seriously, Ari is the cutest. The cutest. Ari always makes like, this is about the time, that last chat before the last sprint where because Ari gets home from school. So that's always when we kind of have our little Ari time where I get to see her for the day.
I mean, at this point, I don't know what we would do without Ari because she's been the poster child for everything.
Truly.
Like last year, she was really upset about because somebody had asked me, because there was a picture of Ari in an Amazing Readathon hoodie.
Yes.
And I was going to just buy her like a small and just let her like grow into it. Like, obviously she wouldn't be able to wear it all the time because it'd be way too big.
Right.
And then Brie was like, I'll just make her one. It's fine.
Yeah. Like, we'll just make kids merch. It's not a big deal.
And she's like, you're just going to have to pay separate shipping. And I was like, I really do not care. Like, as long as she has one that matches mine, which I bought the romance one because I was a floater anyway. So I could buy whatever one I wanted. Mm-hmm. And like, I have merch in my own store that is child appropriate. Like the stuff that's got Gilmore Girl quotes on it, that all comes in kid sizes because then Ari can wear it. Obviously, the smut ones are not in children's size.
Clearly not.
Okay, I will not be responsible for someone
absolutely their child. Absolutely not. Absolutely not, friends.
But I definitely made merch with the thought of other kids might want to match their parents if people buy my merch. So I did purposely make kid-friendly merch.
We'll have to make Ari-sized merch for something that's in the pipeline.
It's in the works.
Great. Perfect. I love how we have to talk around things. We're just like,
one day
y'all will know. We promise. Kelly finished a book, gave 4 stars to Out on a Limb, and started Mother-Daughter Murder Night.
Ooh, that sounds fun.
I saw Gabby read this with her mom. Like, it was a vlog where her and her mom read this because of the title, which was super fun. But I can't remember if she liked it. Do you know what I mean? Like, I remember the vlog distinctly. The actual, did she like it?
To be honest, I live vicariously through like that one, and also the one that Larry did with her mom, Larry from Larry Reads. She did like a dark romance one with her mom, and I just like live vicariously through everybody because I don't have a mom. So I'm like, this is great. Also, I don't think I'd ever read dark romance with my mother.
I couldn't.
Me personally, nope. I think it's great that Eureka and Larry do it, but I don't think I would. My mother would judge me.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to do that for sure. Did an update on a reading vlog and took a shower. Now ready to start my new book. My spinner wheel chose the last one at the wedding, and I'm excited to start it. I hope you enjoy it, Amanda. Still watching Buffy, top tier show. Great choice. Christina. I almost called you Crystal. You're 100% not Crystal. You are Christina. And you can tell I've been here for 6.5 hours because my brain's starting to do strange things. Yay for finishing. Hello, you're back. How are you? Currently reading 22% of The Light We Carry and 22% of Becoming, and on chapter 32 of Piece Me Together. Good stack.
Oh, I loved The Light We Carry. I should reread it.
I haven't read that one, but I've read Becoming.
And I have not read Becoming, but I have read the other one.
So there we go. We've each grabbed one of Michelle Obama's books. We need to read the others.
Honestly, I really liked The Light We Carry.
I mean,
I think Michelle Obama is very influential, in my opinion.
Agreed. Would like to get 20 pages done today. I think you've got this. Got my mom to read Tress, and it was because she is not a reader at all. Hi, Chrissy. How are you? Had to do a big grocery shop, then cook dinner, and now I'm settling down to read Something Extraordinary by Alexis Hall. I need to read more of Alexis Hall's books. I've only read the baking series, which does make sense that would be the one that I would pick up first. Is the Rosalina takes the cake and Paris Delacourt is about to crumble. Those two.
I was about to be like, girl, I have no idea. I ain't never read this lady.
That may not be the main character's name. It's something Rosalie. It's around there. It's in that vicinity.
I trust you because you know what? I was realizing something. I don't know right now, Ari. I put the first two Dreamland Billionaires books back on my shelf. Not because I haven't read them, but because it's been so long since I read them that I'm not sure I can pick up the third one and remember anything at all. So and honestly, I need to annotate them anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So it may just become kind of like with Pucking Sweet, where I just take my time with the first two and I just pick them up, because basically what I'm going to do is I'm just going to have one like reread book a month, and it can take me as long as
it takes. Yeah.
And then once I'm done with that reread, I'll just pick up another one. So I'll always have a reread book that I'm annotating, because there are quite a few books on my shelf at this point that I want to annotate, but those don't need to be read quickly. They can take me 6 months to read. Because if somebody's like, why did it take you 6 months to read this? I'll be like, it's literally a reread, dude.
It's a reread. It's fine. That's one thing that I really am glad that I did last year. And it's definitely something I didn't necessarily do it on purpose last year, but I did nearing the end of the year. I started to do it on purpose. But I definitely want to do it this year. Not every series that I start do I want to kind of read within, 6 months of starting it. Not every series, but the ones I really, truly will potentially be best books of the year situation. I want to really keep up on those and read them like fast.
Yeah.
The ones that are on that list are the Dark Oz series, because I'm obsessed.
Absolutely.
And I need to read this immediately. And now I would say the other one would be Malice. I really do plan on, because also, especially with Malice, not so much the Dark Oz, because obviously that's not in-depth fantasy in any way, shape, or form. It's not even fantasy at all. It's contemporary or dark romance. This is heavy epic fantasy. So like if I take too long of a break, I'm going to have to reread this
things. Yeah, and my thing, that's why I did a big audit of all my series last year, and I just got rid of the ones I didn't want to read. Like at the end of the year, I was like, let's actually go through these 85 series that you started. Do you actually want to read all these? No, I did not. So the ones that I did want to continue, I put on a wheel. I picked 3. I'm not going to tell you what 3 they are. You, I think, already know, but I'm not going to tell you what 3 they are. But there will be, starting in February, I will give myself 2 months because there's another project I'm doing on the opposite months.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense? But that way I have the option to read series in their entirety instead of having to break them up. And if I decide to DNF a series, I can just spin for a new one, or I can move on to the next series that is already scheduled, which is probably what I'll do. But it allows me to read the entire thing in one sitting. Because I learned that last year with the Addicted series. I had gotten the Addicted series on my TBR game, and then I reread Ricochet because I was like, oh, I don't think I've read the second book, and I already had. Like I had things like annotated on my version of it on my Kindle, and I was like, I've read this. And once I got like 30% in, I realized that I knew what was happening.
Yes.
But by then I was like, it's fine, I'll just finish it. So
finish it out.
Yeah.
Also, thank you, Jean, because that is the name of this this book. Much appreciated. Okay, this is going to be the last sprint, friends. We're gonna go into it, and we'll see you in an hour.
Hello, friends. How did your final sprint go? I finished Bookshops and Bone Dust. Neva, did you finish?
Yeah.
Yeah, have you been through it?
I'm giving it 5 stars because
Love it.
it might be a 6, dude. The way this book ended, I did not see the ending of this coming.
Friends, a 6-star read potentially.
I mean, I was suspicious of everyone.
Yes.
But the way this book actually ended, I did not. That was not a twist that I saw.
Okay. So are you saying that I should probably read this?
Yeah.
Okay, I will.
And I will say that there's some of it in the beginning that is a bit slow. So I would say to people like Geneva Rose writes very complicated characters, in my opinion, for a thriller. And by that I mean like they're very complex characters.
Yeah.
They're not like sometimes in thrillers we get very like two-dimensional characters. Like they're very much like who they are in the book. She writes very three-dimensional characters. So thank you, Glenda. So I would say that if you're gonna go into this, just know it's a little slow in the beginning. Like it sucked me in about 30%, but I was really sucked in about 62%. Like at 62%, I was reading quickly. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
But I will be reading more of this woman's backlist because I did not see.
I'm so glad you had such a good time.
I did not see that coming, but now I can justify buying they have a collector's edition for this book.
Yes.
And I really want it because it's got like sprayed edges and it looks like blood dripping down the edge.
Fun.
And they have it at Walmart, and now I can justify buying it. So I will be buying this.
Yes.
Collector's edition, and it will go on my collector's edition shelf because
that's what you do when you love a book. You buy the collector's edition.
Wow. Oh, wow. I did not see it. I did not see this coming. So good.
I love this so much. I love that we both finished books today. Like, look at us go.
Yeah.
Look at us being productive. I even did a vlog clip. Like, I have vlogged this entire book. Like, I am ready to move on to my next.
I do have to update my vlog because I needed to sit with this for a second. Like, I reread a little bit of it because I was like, did what I think happened?
You're like, did what I think happened actually happen?
Yeah. And so I will say Geneva Rose does write family drama with her characters. So like if that's the thing you don't like in thrillers.
Yes. Which I do is I have only read one Geneva Rose and it wasn't the best one to start with for me because I'm not a big rich people drama one. And it was One of Us is Dead. That was a bad place to start.
Yeah, that wouldn't have been a good place for you to start. And I haven't ever read that one.
Yeah, but I've heard like people who like that book. Like it's a good book. But
I will say because the main female character in The Perfect Marriage, she's a lawyer. So like you expect her to be well off. Like she's she is one half in name of a law firm. So you expect her to be, like she says like, oh, I wear Chanel glasses or whatever. But like you expect that because you know that. Thank you. Because you know she's a high up. Will you go put this in the fridge for me? Because you know she's like a high up, a well established lawyer.
Yeah.
And I will also say what? No, you cannot. No, you cannot drink Alani. It's an energy drink. Go put it away. Listen, Larry from Larry Reads I saw them at Hy-Vee, which is grocery store here in Iowa, and I was like, and my dad was like, do you want one? He's like, do you want something? And I was like, so she got me sucked into trying it. If I don't like it, it's fine, but like I got like the pink slush flavor of it, so I'm gonna drink it tomorrow. I'm not drinking it tonight.
No, we need sleep, Neva.
But yeah, Home is Where the Bodies Are is the only other one by Geneva Rose that I've read in its entirety. And I read that in a couple of days physically. Like I read the physical copy. And that one also has family drama. They're not super well off in that one, but there is a lot of like sibling rivalry in that one.
Yeah.
But I think that because she writes psychological thrillers, it works for what she's writing.
Yes.
It's not like she's writing a serial killer thriller and then is like, let me just throw in some family dynamics.
I will say I noticed Christina gave us all the links to everyone who's sprinting. Christina, you are the bestest, the absolute best. And I am going to scroll up to the more the comments that came in right after we went, came out of a sprint. But I need to say hello to Katie, mostly because first of all, it's Katie. We love Katie. Hi, Katie. How are you? I miss you. I feel like I haven't seen you in ages because we're always like ships passing in the night. But also Katie has sprints tomorrow morning, very early for Katie because they're 9 a.m. for me. So I think that means they're 8 a.m. Eastern. And I think that means they're 7 a.m. for Katie. Like they're early.
They're early.
They're very early in the morning.
You said they're 8 a.m. for you?
9 a.m. for me, 8 a.m.
Yeah, that's 7 a.m. for me.
7 a.m. for Katie. So tomorrow, friends, we have so many friends sprinting tomorrow, and I'm assuming they're like going to kind of line up really well. So you got Katie in the morning, you've got the end of TBR-a-thon with Leandra in the afternoon, and then you have the start of Clue in the evening with Rainey. So like tomorrow, truly gonna be a fantastic day on the internet. Okay. And I'm sure there's other people sprinting that I didn't mention, but like I had to highlight, these three because
I will at least be joining.
What a Friday lineup, friends. Like
I need to reach out to Leandra and see if she still needs people or not, because I know she only likes to have a few. But I will be joining Rainey for Clue tomorrow night.
I will just be sending in the comments for all of them, and I'm here for it. Finished my book just a couple of days before it was due back for Libby. Good job. That makes 12 books. Amazing. Got to 16 pages and put in a load of laundry. Nice. The in-laws ended up coming over, so no reading happened, but we did have a nice little visit. Took a shower, did some laundry that sprint, and read a few pages of A Talent for Murder. 30 pages left of this Woven Kingdom. You've got this. You've got this. We're going to count it as finished in sprint stuff, 100%, because we're just all finishing books and 30 pages is close enough. I agree. That was the problem with Home is Where the Bodies Are. She spent so much time on the characters and their relationships. Or that's what I remember.
Yeah, she does. Because I think that she wants relatable characters.
Yes.
And I think that that's the thing for me, is that I was invested in the characters. So I cared about what happened to all of them. Because I cared about what happened even to the characters that I thought were guilty.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Which is when you can do that, that's a great sign of a great thriller, to be honest. I am not getting this special edition because truly, this book, I love Diary of Blood. Don't get me wrong. I love this book. It was not a 5-star read for me. It was a 4. And every other book by this author has been somewhat of a letdown. So I just don't feel like I need this special edition. Like I'm good with my original edition. Does that make sense?
I also won't be getting the special edition, not because I did give this book 6 stars when I read it. I read it or maybe I gave it 5. I might not have been doing 6 this time, but I read it if you want to see all my thoughts, I read it in my reading Jan vlog.
Yeah.
From 2023. It was halfway through 2023. And I didn't think I would like the book. I actually almost DNF'd it at one point. And then I said, let me try it with the audiobook. And I liked the audiobook. And it sucked. It was just a book I needed to listen to, I think, instead of try to read. So I will be buying the physical, regular copy, but it's not quite worth it to me to buy the special edition.
Yeah, same. Katie, truly a sprinting machine, because on all 3 that I mentioned, Katie will be there. So Katie tomorrow, the queen of sprinting, basically. And I'm here for it, honestly. I'm very excited about this whole day. Really. Thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out with us for the last 8 hours. Honestly, we couldn't do it with all of you because then we would be just talking to the ether,
to each other,
and
we do that anyway. So we don't need sprints to talk to each other.
No, we don't. And we appreciate every single one of you because there was a time in the past where we did just talk to the ether. And
yes, we did.
We're just happy to have all of you, and we appreciate every single one of you. I just want you,
Katie. I am going to read this because basically at this point I have a section in my book journal, and I will be adding Geneva Rose to the favorite authors section so I can put all of her books in that I haven't read. If it's on Kindle Unlimited, then I will just download it when I return this one. Even though I'm not really doing that, but in this situation, I will.
Yeah.
do that. Just so that if it comes off Kindle Unlimited, I still have it.
You have
If
it.
it is not currently available on Kindle Unlimited for me, then I will read it as soon as I have a physical copy.
Nice. I'm excited for you because we can talk about that one because I have read it. So
Yeah.
we can.
And I might like that one better because you're not really a rich people genre type.
I'm not, but I know a lot of people who love it. So it's definitely a me thing.
Any-
It's not a book thing. It's me. I was the problem.
Yeah, but you don't like that trope anyway.
Exactly.
In any genre, not
No.
just. You know what I'm saying? So
Correct. Yeah. Alicia, I finished Books Ups and Bone Dust. That was a quick read today. Also, I've been here this entire day, so that's
yeah.
But that sounds delicious. Nacho beef bake. That sounds amazing. Can I come for dinner? Perfect Marriage was one of the worst books of all time, but I know it works for a lot of other people.
I can also see why someone would not like this book. It's definitely a book that like I ate it up, but I know I couldn't understand why people wouldn't like it.
Well, and I think this is a great point of just like everyone reads the same book differently. Because even let's talk out on a limb for a second. We have 3 minutes and I will end this in 3 minutes because I do need to get to Bones. So like, we won't go too far over. And it's not that I'm not liking Out on a Limb. I think it came off in the Discord as I was hating it. I'm not hating it. Don't get me wrong. Like I'm not hating it at all. But I know so many people who adore this book and I'm not that person. And that's okay. It's okay to have differing opinions on books, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. It's okay. Katie.
Also, I see
Katie's like, no.
I also see Katie's comment where she said,
yes, I'm coming back up to those.
I did see this. I did request it on NetGalley yesterday, I think, because I was like, I'm going to love this book. I just know I'm going to love this book. Yeah, Katie, I'm sad that she didn't like Out on a Limb too.
I'm only halfway through. I'm not done. So I want to reserve. That's why I didn't give a star rating just now because I don't know.
But
I need to read the second half of the book.
Even if I don't get an arc of The Perfect Divorce, I can't wait for it because I think it's going to be awesome. So,
thank you. I mean, it would not be the first time you and I disagree on a romance, Katie. Like what we like in romance is different, and that's okay.
And also, I understand because I am in the Discord where Brittany is reading this. I do understand Brittany's critique of the book. I just didn't read it the way that Brittany did.
And that's totally fine. And that's totally fine because everyone reads a book differently. But that's one of those ones of like, oh no. I literally was like, as I'm reading it, I was like, oh no, not again. Will I be the one that doesn't like it? It's fine. Love Geneva DeRose. The Perfect Marriage is my favorite so far. But I've only read that and Home and Where the Bodies Are.
Those are the only two that I have read as well. And I did give Home and Where the Bodies Are 4.5 stars. I do have a special edition from Walmart, and in May I will be picking up my Barnes and Noble special edition from Margaret because she was so kind as to go to her local Barnes and get it for me when it came out because I knew I would not get a copy if I didn't have it. And so I told her, just hold it because I'm coming to visit you in May anyway, and you can just give it to me.
Makes sense.
Don't pay for shipping.
Yes, I'm on IG, and I would love this recipe in either IG or Discord. Wherever you'd like to send it to me would be lovely. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. But thank you, friends. Thanks for hanging out with us. We're going to go because I need to get to Bones and I need to get set up for Bones and do the things. But we will see you. Neva will see you somewhere tomorrow because obviously
I will see you around the interwebs tomorrow.
You will be seen by Neva tomorrow. I will not be live again until publicly next Thursday. Same time, same place. And that's where I'll be.
And Neva will probably be there for that too. And I will be here publicly again on my own channel on Monday. They will not be clue sprints. You actually get bonus sprints from me next week. So I will have regular Monday, they're afternoon sprints now. Monday afternoon sprints on my channel on Monday. So those will start at 1 p.m. Eastern, noon for me. And then I will have clue sprints at that same time, but on Wednesday.
Oh, there you go, friends. Bonus sprints over here. We love it. We love to see it. But we'll see you next week at the various places. Bye, friends.